than this. So this is an app that I've been covering a lot lately. We just had a workshop on it yesterday. And let's just go through the screens and show you how ugly this is. Do you see this form right here? Guess what? Today we're going to go over forms. And I'm going to give you my lowdown, or my lowdown. Is that even a word used? I'll give you my perspective on the form, which you guys probably already know, which I don't like forms. But you know what? I think most people out there use them. And so many people like this app. I'm going to cover this in a way today where we're just going to use forms all over the place. And I have a desire to try to make this as ugly as possible, because right now the app that we've been working on to reconstruct this looks a little too pretty. Okay. Now, the first thing that you need to do, I'm going to save this. I'm going to share the link to this. Now, all these links should be in the YouTube description. So if you're following me on some other platform, do know that I create the event, and then as I'm preparing, I will add links. And let me see here. I need to make sure that, here we go. I got Restream going. I can see the chat there. Okay. And yeah, the ERD diagram link is in the video description right now on YouTube. So let me actually share this just in case you're on a different platform like TikTok, like Facebook or LinkedIn. And you can access the links there, and then you could go back to whatever platform you like to watch it on. So we need to have these tables created. Okay. Now what I'm going to do over here, I've already connected to the SharePoint list where it has all these. And I'm going to add all of these in here. Now I have a few more that wasn't originally in the app. I guess you could say that, huh? I'm not really going to focus on these too much. I'm going to focus on these, which is what we had originally, or the tables on which I built this app to begin with. But I'm going to go ahead and add all these other things in here. Don't think I need documents, but everything else looks good to me. Now I will, one of the links that I provided below, I'm going to show you what it looks like, powerplatformlinks.com. And let me tell you guys something, the search feature is really good. So if you said checklist, inspection app, boom. So if you go to this screen, I want to sort of develop this out more, but if you're looking for the ERD diagram, boom, there it is. Okay. And these are screenshots of SharePoint and their respective types and everything. All right. Hopefully you guys cannot hear my screaming toddler right outside my room. So I'm going to click on connect. All right. So I've input those, and I want to share with you guys something that we could do to make this look really ugly, which is, let's go over and try to create some screens, but I'm going to start with data. And what I want to do is connect external data. And I don't normally create screens quite like this, but let's see here. Do we have? So I've selected the checklist inspection app, and then I'm going to go down here. And what I want to do is I want to select them all. Can I select them all? No. All right. So let's start with customer, because there really can't be a car unless we have a customer that it belongs to, and we can't have an inspection until we have a car. Now, what the link to is down here is really the user data. So if you see that line going down there, it's to the user table. And if we look at the original application, let me go to the data sources there, and you'll notice that we have a table called staff. Now, staff really didn't have too much information in it, okay? I'm going to zoom out a little bit here, and there we go. Yeah, it's pretty basic, and you'll see that from the ERD diagram on powerplatformlinks.com. So, what do the customers look like? Okay, so we just have some dummy data in there. Now, this is from a different tenant, so that's why I have all these different browser windows open, and while I'm moving back and forth. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to scroll down as much as I can, maybe zoom out a little bit, so perhaps I can see more stuff at once. No, that really didn't help me out too much. All right. I'm going to try to create this as ugly as possible and as quickly as possible, because nobody likes 3-hour videos, do they? All right, so let's run through this here. And if anyone is out there, please type something in the comment just to make sure that I am live and you guys can see me and hear. Well, you won't see me. I'm having a bad hair day today, guys. I'm not feeling too pretty. I'm feeling a little ugly today. Maybe that's what inspired the title. Okay, look how ugly this is. This is pretty ugly. So this is staff. And this is this is a gallery off here to the left, and over here on the right side, this is a form, and it is using what I believe is a modern form. So these were the notes yesterday. We had a whatchamacallit, a workshop on all this. I am going to paste that YAML, and let's see what we have going on here. All right, at the very top, you see that it's actually classic. Well, I guess it's classic, huh? Let me drop in. Now, is this I'm going to type in form here. And I'm going to apologize for if you guys hear that sound in the background. That's my Fiverr chat. And I set up this live stream to share my computer sound, because I also invited the insiders groups and the insider group students and the accelerator group students to join me here on Zoom. So if you are a part of the insiders or the accelerator, please know that you could come on here and talk to me in real time. And okay, very good. I see you guys. I appreciate you guys letting me know that I actually am live and that you guys can hear me. How long would it have taken you in VB6 to create that amount of ugliness? Well, that's a great question. And let me go find something here. I've got a link here for you guys. Now, this is my new website. If you go to superpowerlabs.com or superpowerlabs.co, co is as in company. And I need to bring over all my blogs, but I just started this website here recently. And if I go over here to regular expressions, there is one of the big guys over at Microsoft. Let's see here. So he made an announcement about regular expressions. and he's asking for feedback. But one of the things I asked is that we go back to get some more object-oriented type of stuff now that we're doing really, really cool stuff in Power Apps. How long would it take me to create something that ugly in VB6? Well, let's find out. Do you really want to do this? So this is what VB6 look like. And I'm going to share this with you guys. This is actually, you can hardly, I tried to install VB6 here on Windows 11 and it does not install. If you guys know a way of getting it to install, let me know. But this has a good sense of nostalgia, right? So if we were going to create something that ugly, gee whiz, I mean, let's put a list box. I don't even know if this works, but it feels like we should have more controls, and I don't know. I mean, let's put some buttons on here, and anyway, I'm not gonna mess with that. You guys don't want to really know about VB6. I could talk all day about VB6, and if I could ever get it installed locally, um, I mean, I can't imagine why anybody would want to learn VB6, but I could teach VB.NET, C#.NET using WinForms if you'd like. But let's get back to this ugly old app here. And you see we have an edit form and then we have a normal form. So I'm going to pop a normal form in here. I mean, at the very least, I really should be using the modern form, right? So let's kick that old guy out. Boom. Hey, and be nice. I'm almost 50. All right. So the new form name is form2, and maybe our code is going to end up ugly today as well. I'm glad to see that they're using local variables there. That's nice. But now we have errors. I want this to link up to staff. Okay. Now let's go over to our fields and we'll add all of our fields here. Dustin says, I was just trying to make a joke. Yeah, I know nobody wants to see that VB6 stuff. Okay. But it's a dopamine hit for me, guys, for the nostalgia. All right, so anything that looks like it's a real field, and when I say a real field, I'm talking about ones that weren't created by SharePoint. Now that one is created by SharePoint. Maybe I just want to see that there. And I'm going to go down here and look at gee whiz. We've got the name. You see this over here for, I'm going to do a control F for staff. Okay, so supposedly this is full name, email address, is manager, is technician. I'll probably use my new updated table. And let's see here. It says staff. Yeah, I'm going to go get the better one that I have here. So and I was sort of hoping, and maybe this only does this with Dataverse, but I believe I can start an app from a data source and have it build the whole app. That's really what I was looking for. So if I said start with data, and yeah, I've done this with Dataverse. I could run those through Dataverse as virtual tables, but okay, I have all these things here. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to go look at some of the screens I already have. And let's see what we have here for screen 7, nothing. Okay. let's do this. Let's use these are staff members. Got a table and a form. Let's use that. And let's move this up a little bit. I think yesterday during the workshop, I created a bunch of screens, so things were getting cut off at the bottom of the screen. So for this guy, I'm going to call this what do we call it? So we have staff, but we also have app user. App user is really what I want to use this time around. So I'm going to say app users management screen. All right. So I've named this screen appropriately. I'm going to click off the screen and then back on. And what you'll notice here, we have this. Now we need to give it the right data source. So we have app user. Okay, there we go. Now, is this a modern form? Inquiring minds want to know. I can tell you by the icon, the look of the icon, it's a modern one. Because, I don't want to look at that anymore. Down here, the classic one looked different. A little different there. So thankfully we have that. Okay, we have buttons down here. Did we at least have that? No. So this is going to be even better. We'll just work inside the project. That will be the target. Okay. And I'm going to say app user. And let's see here. Okay. Now I'm going to go into the fields. And I'm going to bring in all these fields. So we have an alternate email address. We have a color tag. I'm not sure that is one of my fields here. So if I go into app user, do I have something called a color tag? I do not. So that tells me it's probably one of theirs. I'll go into list settings and I'll do a search for color. There is no color. Well, I don't want to include it in that case, so I'll take that out. And I'll probably put in a created, let's do modified. Now we can't change the modified or modified by, but I'd still like to see it. Okay, we have a department, we have an employee ID, we got their intra ID, we got first name, HR notes. I really don't care about the ID showing up on the form. And I'm going to add IT notes, job title, last name. Got manager email. If we want to know who the person's manager is without having to go to the Office 365 users connector. Office location, title, and I don't think that the name field is one of ours. I mean, we have first and last name. Okay. Let's include, now we didn't have PIN in the previous app here, so maybe we won't do too much with that, because what I'm hearing from feedback from my students is like, hey, can we just recreate this? Because what I was doing in this project was I was building it with a lot of new features to build on. And what I want to do is I just want to create the whole thing here within this session with you guys. I'll include photo, thumbnail. Okay. Now, did we call that? Okay. Yeah, the photo is the thumbnail column that I did there. So we have that. Let's bring in the user email, and I think that might be it. I'm going to look at over just one more last time. And click add. All right, now I'm going to collapse all these. And make sure everything's in the right order. You know, it's fairly important that there's an order by which you the users will fill this out. So the first thing that I would want up here, now department wouldn't be the first, but it would be near the top. Enter ID would probably be near the top. I don't know. I don't know if we really need to see the enter ID. And that should never change. So I'm gonna take that out of there. All right. So we've got first name should be up there. Okay. Last name should be right up there with first name. And something I just realized, do we have a phone at all? No. What about a cell? Well, gee whiz, that's just not right. It's very hard for me to not build onto things and just leave them the way that they are. Okay, if we want that phone field, of course, we'll have to go over here and refresh it, but I don't want to do that just yet. So we have the notes. Now the job title will be up here with the department. And maybe the read-only fields would be near the bottom, and then all the notes type of stuff will be together. Now the title is something that we'll generate. So the title will be up there. And we're going to take first and last name, put them together, and that will be the title. All right, so we have a manager ID or manager email. And I'll put that right there, alternate email. And let's go find user. When I say user email, I'm actually talking about that user function. That's why I named it that. So I'm going to put that email down with this email. So we have 3 emails together. And let's also, maybe right after the notes, we'll have the photo. I really don't think we need an employee ID in this case because we're going to have their enter object ID. Now, office location, probably go up there with department. And then we've got a pen. Let's put the pen maybe perhaps up there. Now I want maybe I'll put it down here with the email. And okay, I'm going to leave it like that. I'm going to hit save. Now, just having it 2 columns wide, we should probably, let me see what happens when we do that. Okay, well, this is interesting. Let's add in my name. Now, guys, I'm going to cover forms very thoroughly. So for those of you who came to learn more about forms, we'll get there, okay? And it's going to be as we go along, okay? Because I see the first thing that I want to do with this form. Now, I will tell you up front something that would be a prerequisite to getting here is if we go over here to the screen, how do you add a form? We go over here and type form. At this point, I would recommend it's out of the preview, and I assume that it's going to use the modern controls, and it's so much better. And maybe, hey, maybe it won't reset. Maybe I'll start using forms again. I don't know about that, but we'll see. So that's how you bring over a new form, and you just get this. Okay. Now, there are several functions that you'll want to use. So let's bring over, oh, I can move these around? No, it's going to allow me to move them over there. Okay, so let's put a few things on here. And I don't believe you can do this at runtime, so I'm not even going to try. But let's go find the app user. And what would be nice is if we could change this data source dynamically, that we could use one screen for everything, right? But the fields would be different. So here we go. This is a form, and normally like this, I might actually say 12. Now, in my opinion, that actually gives you the most options. It's going to allow you to go in here and change stuff. Now, what type of, I'm going to say color dot gray. And I actually want to pick a different gray, something like that. And something a little more. There we go. So in the form, now I'm going off my knowledge of the classic one to using this one. Now there is a default mode. So a form allows you to edit one record. And a form has modes. So let's say if we were to run this, you'll see this, no item to display. What does that mean? Well, what you can do here is we'll say new record. And let's make all three of these a bit more wider. Maybe we don't need that much, maybe 160. I forgot the one, I guess. And let's put these guys up here. So the new record, actually I'm going to use the name of the function I'm going to use, okay? So this is new form. Now this is FRM my form. Now we could call it app user. That's typically what I would do. However, we're going to do that on a different screen. But I just want to show you this. Now, we can make this extra ugly by doing something like this. Yeah, let's go for full ugliness here. And I think I'm going to change the columns to 2. We just have so much space here. Okay. Now the new form. So we've got a button here. And whenever they click on the button, this is the code that's going to execute when they click that button. So I'm going to say new form. But it needs a parameter. Well, what's the name of our form? FRM my form. Okay, that's it. So I'm going to run this. I'm going to play it. There we go. Now we should be able to enter some information here. And what you could do with the form, now this isn't the order I wanted. So let me put that up there. Then we got last name, and then we have title, and the rest. I really don't care about the order on this particular screen. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. First name, oops, Darren Neese. Ooh, the title is required. Okay. So what I want to do is I want to take this and put it in there. So I don't have to type anything in there. And we're going to do that on the other screen. But I want to show you the new form. And the next one we'll talk about is edit form. So we'll talk about that here in a few minutes. Now the user email, we just put that in. Should probably put something like support tech, and I'll say at superpowerlabs.co. My job title will be boss, department, information technology, and my manager's email is Nicole@superpowerlabs.co. She's 49% owner. Alternate email. I could put something in there. I don't want to. Now I'm ready to save it. What are we going to do to save the data in this screen? Well, we do have a function that we call, which is submit form. So I'm going to copy what I just put in there. I might actually give it a save button. And for the new, let's give it an icon of a plus. Now inside of this button, when we're ready to save, we need to say submit form. What form? FRM, my form. That's what I called it. I'm going to save and run. I'm going to hit that. Okay. So I'm going to show you what we'll do here to remedy this. So guys, there are parts of a form. You bring over a form control. In each of those fields that we created here, they'll have data cards. Okay, so here's the title data card. So let's click on that. So that is different from these four controls. So that's going to give us a little star if it's a required field. This will be an error message. And that's the error message. I didn't type that in and it's required. Here's the text box in which I'll type. And you'll notice that these control names really aren't named right. They need to have some type of a prefix in there. And there is the title at the top. So what I want to do is I want to click on this data card. And let's see if we can go in and just make it disabled, because I just want to take the first and last name and put it in here. So what we have to do, we got to go over to the advanced. We need to unlock this guy. And you'll probably get to the point where you just unlock everything. And then I'm going to go in here and it says parent.display mode. What's the parent? It's the form. Now, the form right now is editable, but I don't want that. I want to say, see, display mode is actually an enumeration. Now, if we just want to view it, I'll click on that, and it should actually change how it looks. And perhaps it did. We just don't see it quite yet. I might make it disabled. I'm going to go into value. Okay, now what happens when we say FRM, my form? How do we know if this is in a new or in the new mode or the edit mode? Well, that is a great question. So we'll go in here and we'll say, now I know it's not display mode, it's just simply mode. So I'm going to go down here and hopefully find it. So it should be with the M's. I'm telling myself that. So if the mode is mode, maybe it's form mode. Yeah. If this is if we're creating a new record right now in the form, there we go. And what we'll do is the default will come in when we do the edit. So if it's a new one, what we'll say is whatever the first and last name are. And what we're going with is this guy. So at this point, if I'm using forms, I'm starting to rename things, okay? Because this is, now we could say TXT. I've seen Matthew Devaney say FLD here. Or we could just say CTX for control or CTL. And anyway, I'm going to stick to what I've always done, which is TXT. And it's important that we follow best practices and guidelines, but something that's probably even more important than that is make sure you're consistent with what you're doing in the app. And if you want to institute some new standard, either change it all project wide or you start that whenever you create a new project, because you don't want a Frankenstein application where you're using different types of guidelines for naming or logic, that type of thing. So I'm going to call this TXT F. I'm going to say F for form, okay? Especially for this screen, because we're going to have a form on the other screen that's very much like this. There's a first name. Get the underscore there. And while we're at it, I'm going to go in here and name this one to be last name. So inside here, we're going to go back to where we have our error. And let's zoom in a little bit, shall we? I'm going to say txt first name dot value. Now, what should we do now? We could do something like this. Last name dot value. Now, if we're not in the new mode, the form mode of a new record, then we just want to pull whatever is in the database. Okay. So you see what we've done? We've gone in, we've unlocked a particular data card, and then we change its value in here, and we set it up. Let's see here. Where is... Yeah, display mode is view. I'm going to go with disabled. So they hopefully don't think that they can change that. And what we could say in here for the placeholder text is this is read only. Now, what does that look like? Now it's probably pulling in whatever we had for first and last name. So let's go ahead and run this. Okay. Look at that. There we go. The user email, let's say support@superpowerlabs.co. And now I'm gonna submit this. Okay. Now what's up with this? What the heck, man? All right. So now what we need to do is we need to set this thing up in edit mode. Okay. Now we could do one of two things here. I'm going to make a copy of this. So the save stuff is going to be on this side. and I'm going to make these probably a little wider. I'm going to select both of them. And what I'm going to do is maybe change this to 250. Okay, here we go. Now we could submit the form, submit, and new record. Hopefully that all fits in there, and it does. I'm going to delete that, and I'm going to copy paste this guy. There we go. Now, if I'm going a bit too fast, if you're on YouTube, and maybe some of the others do this as well, in the video you could actually, let's see if I can do this here. Go in here and change the playback speed. So you could do that. But I sort of don't want this session to be 3 hours. So I'm trying to move along. I'm trying to stay as focused as I can be. So in both of these, we submit form. But this one says, well, they both say in new record. So after we do that, we could put another line of code in here where we say, hey, let's go ahead and save this. And then when we're done, after that, we specify that with a semicolon. Then we say new form. Now, what's the red squiggly about? Typically, we don't have to put in anything after the last line of code, but it's complaining about something. Oh, I've got one too many parentheses. There we go. So you see it's fine, but I always, oh my goodness. I'm going to put a semicolon in there because it will bug me if I don't. If you ever programmed in C# and Java, C++, you'll probably understand why that would bug me. And then here, instead of doing a new form, we have an edit form. Now, what form? FRM my form. And what I'm going to do here for this form, something else that's important, especially if you want to edit a record. In fact, that is the reason why. And half the time, or most of the time, you'll actually want the user to edit this. Okay, so I'm going to go over here to Advanced, and I'm going to go find Item. And it's actually called Item in both places, which is nice. Item, Item, and it's expecting a record. So, out of what table? Well, it is App User. And if we just added a record, perhaps what we want to do is get the last one. Okay, we could do that. Something else that you can do with forms is we could say FRM my form dot last submit, the very last one that we did there. Okay, so that's probably going to be a superior way over saying last, but notice it'll actually show us the data. Look at that. So it's really in the database. I'm going to hit save. Now, going back up here, okay, we have edit form, and we've got that. Okay. Now, something else you can do with the form is you can set it up to either be the new, a view, if you only want them to view it. So you can change these, but keep in mind that you can control them by using functions like new form. This one should say edit form. And I think for this, I'm going to say the last of the app user. I'm thinking about that wrong. Edit form, it needs to know what form it is. There we go. And something that I could do let's say if they just came into this form, we probably want to set this up. Like if they just come to the screen, there's not going to be a record that they just edited. And okay, that needs to be edited. I was talking about the form here. Here we go. Let's make that a new. So if they come into the screen new, they'll be presented with just an empty thing here. Okay. So there's the edit. Now let's put in an edit icon for that guy. Edit record. And instead of new form here, we'll say new record. And let's go full screen here. All right. I want to say edit record. I thought I was running. I wasn't. Edit record. There's nothing to display because it's looking for the one that we just submitted. And I made enough changes here at design time that it sort of pooped out on me. So I'm going to go over here to the item property that we set up here. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, I'm going to open this up because there are some instances where we'll want to use this one and other instances where we want to use this one. So let's do an if statement. If. Now a lot of times people want to use is blank. And listen to me, this is blank should only be used on a value that's not a record, and a value that's not a table. Okay? Because if you put this in here, the last one submitted, let's actually put this guy in there because I know there's something in there. Now, maybe they changed things up on me. But I believe what this is that there's actually a record in there, and we can verify that by going over here and looking at the data. I know that there's that one record that we added. And I want to know, and we could say first, we could say last. That will return one record out of that table. And I want to know what is blank is going to tell me out of that. So I'm going to add this, and I'm going to paste that. Is it blank? False. Okay, so now it's going to make me look like a liar. I've had a lot of times, guys, where let me try this. Okay, so now I guess it works on records and tables. So you guys probably know if you're working with Power Apps, they do, this is a positive thing and a negative thing. I wish I could get rid of this little pop-up. Okay, they're always making improvements. Okay, so that's a positive thing. We do want them to be making improvements. It's just that there's so many tiny ones over time. I don't know. I think there are a lot of new updates that aren't documented. If you guys know where they are, let me know. And I'll set up my RSS feed reader for that, so I would know about that. But because it looks like it's gonna work, I'm gonna use it. I don't want to be set in my old ways. So if that is blank, and I want to check for this last submit. So now let's see if this works here in this label. Is it blank? It's true. Okay. So what we have in here, I'm going to go full screen, zoom in here a little bit. And we're going to use this. This is what we want to know if it's blank or not. And if it is blank, we could say the last record of that table and then otherwise we'll say, okay, so if we use this here, we know that it was not blank. And I'll use the ending parenthesis there and get rid of that extra stuff. And then really what we should do, I think, what happens if there's no record in there at all and it's a blank record? Well, we don't want to allow that to foul us up, right? So let's do an is blank on the last one that's in there. If it's blank, it means there's absolutely no data in there. So I'm going to say if, now I do know that there are different ways that we can do nested ifs, and I'm going to do I'm going to use the one that makes most sense to me. But if you've got a ton of nested ifs, you might want to go with the flat format. And we can talk about that here if there's a lot of interest in it, but I just want to stay on task. So if the last one is blank, that means that we should be working with a new record. So then how do you create a new record? With the defaults function. You'll be using that a lot if you ever use patch, or if you have used patch. And I'm going to copy that in there. Now, if we get to this point, it means that we do have a record and that we should use it right there. Okay. Now, I'm going to do what we all should be doing in all of our apps and creating some good code comments to make our application more maintainable. Okay, there we go. So if we haven't submitted a record here on this screens form, if true, if that's the case, looking up at this other comment, we'll try to use the last record that was entered. But we need to make sure that there's at least one record there. So there are different ways of doing this. We could have said count rows on app user. If that's 0, then we know that we're good. Now it's going to give you a delegation problem, but we don't care if there's 5 million rows there, because if there's no records, it's always going to return 0. So use that one, or use this. All right. There are no records. Abandon all hope. And we'll create a new one. And it actually does not create a new record in the database, at least not yet, until you do the submit. Okay. All right. All right, very good. get a new record in memory. That's sort of what that does. It goes get the default values. So for example, on the second row, the ID would be 2. So perhaps that's what the the function does underneath the scenes. It goes out to the data source and finds out all the new information. I think that perhaps it doesn't, because I've done this and I don't see anything in ID. And when the data source gets a record with an ID, the primary key, that's blank, it's going to go ahead and assign it the default values at that point. But if there are records in there, we know to get this last one. Otherwise, we'll use the record we just submitted here from this form. Okay, so hopefully this all makes sense to you guys, and my browser isn't playing nice. There we go. Okay. So now this form is always going to have data. Now, if we want a new record, we can click on that. If we say edit record, now it will know what to do, because we built that into the item of the form. Look at that. Now, what I could do is make this app available to you guys. I'll probably rip out the workshop stuff, and this will just be what we create here in this session. So there's new form, edit form, so on and so forth. Okay. So why did I do all this? Because I want to at least explain it once. Because if we go over, let's go to our other screen here, app user management screen. Now we can talk at more length about all this. And if I were to run this, I don't have anything up there. And I don't use this screen template at all. So I don't know that, okay, what is in here? Anything? We got a button. And perhaps we're not going to see anything until we at least have a record. So if I run this and click on the first record, boom, there we are. Okay, and we have this stuff up here. Now it almost makes me think they put in their toolbar, some preview, and it's a lot like what they built here. Okay, but I'd recommend that you do what they did, which is put all of them individually. Otherwise, you're going to have a long switch statement, and I think you got more flexibility with that anyway. So I'm going to rip that out. And what else are we going to do here? I want to go in here and I want to bring in what we did on that other screen. I'm going to unlock this. And then I'm going to go back to that screen. Okay, there we go. And I'm going to click on this guy here. And I'm going to go get, you know what I will do? I'll copy the YAML. I'll go back over here, get out of full screen. I'm going to paste this over in a good editor here. And what do we got? I'm gonna take the placeholder. So we got that. Okay. And that needs to be in quotes. And I'll probably set up this mode to be Here's the mode. That's what, no, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the display mode. There we go. So I'm going to set this up to be display mode. I want to make it view. Okay, what else do we have in here that we want? Here's the value. So I'm just going to copy that code there. And the rest of this, I don't need. I need to go to value for this text box. And I'll paste that in there. All right. So there we go. And just my fan here really quick. All right. So let's go through this. Let's see what happens. Let's create a new record. Let's see how this goes. And I'm gonna say Erica. Wow, the tab order is something else here. If I hit tab, it went over here. Okay, I'm not using forms anymore. Just kidding. Let's say Smith. And I was hoping, now the code in here probably was referencing the wrong thing, right? So the text box here was called that. So what I'm going to do is go in here, name it, and take out the F. And then over here, I'll call this last name. Okay. And you notice it blanked out our data there, but so here we need to take out the F underscore. There we go. Now we still have an error. And I think it's because we have underscores in there. Now, is that what I called that? Nope, I didn't name it at all, did I? Okay. Now what's the problem? Circular reference. Okay. So I'm gonna copy that, and I think that I put that code. Oh, I named this one that. Okay. That makes sense. My bad. There's title. And this guy is going to be called that. And I bet you that it's going to be fine now, right? Nope. There we go. First name. Okay, let's try this again. Erica Smith. And she is a leader. Now, why isn't this working? Okay, the value. Now, this is a modern text box, so there is no default. At least last time I checked, it didn't have a default. Okay, so I am looking at the right thing here. Is it in new? Is it in? And I'm looking at the wrong form, guys. Of course, we need to call this, we need to rename the form. And that form is right here. It's just called form 1. I'm going to say FRM app users, and I'm going to copy that and then hit enter. And for this guy, I thought forms were supposed to make things easy. Okay, so now we got that, and what I'm going to do is I'm not going to mess with that right now. Okay, I'm just going to hit submit, success. Now I guess it's okay to say, hey, success. Now what did it? Well, something to know about forms is that they have imperative properties here, such as on failure, cannot save. On reset, nothing happens. And maybe on reset, it's like, okay, this is a new record for you to edit. Maybe we could do that. But let's open this up. Okay. So we set up update context with the current item is selected is false. And here's the notify. What I like to do for these, they just drive me nuts, especially when I'm working on my own program and it's like, yeah, you saved. And then what I want to do is go to that spot where the X is at. I want to click on the X underneath that. And it's just a little bit of a pain. So what I like to do in here is just show it for half of a second. And I'm going to copy that. And let's do something on reset. Now, the on success does a reset. So maybe we don't want to do on reset. Okay. All right. So that's where that comes into play. And I'm going to add one more person. And I'm going to say, gee whiz, let's say Kenneth. Oh my goodness. Loves forms. And I'll say he is the form master. He's wanting to know what we're going to do for the next live stream. And I forgot to tell him that I was going to cover his favorite topic, which are forums. So I'll get back to him on that. I'm going to hit submit, and lo and behold, we do have the success, and it was about to disappear, but I hovered over it, which is exactly what I do when I go over here to click that X. I end up hovering over that blue thing. I mean, no, it wasn't blue, it was green. And it just makes it appear longer. I'm going to try something here where I say, yeah, it's on that submit, but we've got these guys here on the on success. And let's go with 200 milliseconds. Now that's not very much time, but I think it stays up there longer than whatever you say. So let's see if that's actually true. And what I'm going to say here is I'm going to say this is Dustin. And Dustin's name went with Smith. In fact, he married Erica. Job title, Power Apps Master. And then I'll submit it. Now watch the little, do we call it a toast? This little thing at the very top, success. Okay, that's all that anybody. Now, if you're going to display an error and you expect your users to screenshot it or write it down, you might as well leave it up there for 60 seconds. They can always click on the X, you know. So if we click on the form again, on failure, now this number, this timeout, as you can see here on the screen, it says number of milliseconds. So 1 second is 1,000. So let's say, well, I at least want this to stay there for them to take a screenshot. It might take them a while. So we'll say 1 second times, I don't know, 60. Or we could just say 60,000. Okay. Now the one error that we would get is if we didn't provide anything in here, and that's already taken care of. Okay. So for our purposes, this is just fine. Now, if I had clicked on someone over here, I just wanted to test out that these things show up. And let's say I'm looking just for the Smiths. Looks like the search isn't working. Why is that? I mean, it actually says search input. Okay. Look at that. Focus out. Let's do delayed. How about that? Let's check and see if that actually works. So what I would expect in here for a search button is have a little X that would reset this or clear it out. So anyway, I'm going to click around here, and now I'm going to say Darren. There's a little bit of a delay, but even when I lose focus, it still only does that. So let's see what's going on with this particular gallery because it is not working. There's that search text. Here is the table. Let's go look at the data source here. The search isn't even implemented. Oh my goodness. How do we do search? We use the search function. Now, search isn't all that useful if you're using SharePoint. There's more than the 2000. If you have your settings set to the max of 2000 records being returned, I would recommend that you say filter. We'll filter this data source and we'll say starts with. Now, what's the text that we want this to start with? Well, we're going to look at, for example, the first name column, and we'll use the search input that was not named properly, txt search app user. So we'll get that, and we'll click on this guy. We'll open it up and say, hey, we're looking for whatever the user just typed in here. A lot of times I'll do an or, because you probably want to be searching in the last name as well. So I'll say last name. Okay, I'll end that. Now, something else you could do is we could also use ends with as well. Now, maybe ends with is not, it's not delegable, so we won't even try. We don't like any delegation warnings, do we? Okay, so there's Darren. What about the Smiths? There we go. Now you notice there's a little bit of a delay. Now I'm going to say niece. How much of a delay? Well, that's pretty good. I like my applications to feel a little more snappy. So you could say key press, but you're making a round trip to the data source in theory. If you have less than 100, it's probably going to be looking at the result set that it currently has in memory, which is probably 100. Okay. So just to see how much, now, if you want to control the milliseconds that controls how long it waits, what you do is you go in here and you go in the admin center to that environment and you change the setting, or you convince your network admin to change it for you. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to say Smith. Oh, there you go. It's pretty peppy. Now, what I don't like is that I hate this thing. It's not really. You know what I could do is on this table here. Now I'll call this TBL app users. And I wonder if I can get at the first record in there instead of just saying no data to display. I don't think that does anything for the user. And of course, we're building apps for user. That, making their life easier is pretty much what we're trying to do by doing software development, right? I'm going to go find the item, and it is set to current item. Okay, well, let's do now that I know is blank actually works the way that people normally would think it would work. We could probably use that. If it is blank, then we will say all. See, this is something that a gallery has that I wish all other controls that list records would have, which is a property called all items. So anyway, what you could do is we could take that and then let's break this down a little bit. So if it has no items in there, what I'll do is say first that whole query. Now, what I like about what I was just talking about the gallery, what if you change this table's data source and you made it a little bit more complex? Well, this thing is working off different data now, this little filter thing. So if you change it one place, you got to remember to change it over here. Now, what we could do, we could put it all in one place by using app formulas. And I'm maybe insidious enough to actually do this perhaps right now. I'm going to take this and we'll say, now normally I would recommend against this. Let me see how I can do this without violating good coder programming etiquette or methodologies, however you want to say it. So we're going to say fx search app user. Okay, what we can do is actually set this up as a user defined function. And guys, if you're going to do what I'm about to do, you want to follow along, go to the experimental in your settings. Make sure that user defined functions, user defined types are enabled. Okay. Now, instead of referencing a control here in app formulas, which is bad, it violates a lot of object-oriented programming principles like abstraction and encapsulation. So what we want to do is we'll say search term. And what type is that going to be? That's going to be F-type text. Now, what are we going to return? App user. Okay. And then we'll do an equals, and I like to just do an opening parenthesis, then do a closing parenthesis, put the semicolon at the end. I'm going to indent this over. And that should do it. So now I'm going to I think this is what I want to do here. I'm going to copy that. So now you don't have to worry about your your table over here In fact, boom, we'll pass that in. And that's going to work out great. So I'm going to copy that. Then over here for the form, what I wanted to do is you go into item. Now we don't even have to look at this. Okay. And it's okay that we reference this text box because we're here on the screen and we're passing it in as a parameter. Now, if it's not blank for the current item, we should have that as the else. Okay, so now even when we search, the first record should be displayed there. Now let's see, does a table control have a template fill? And I don't see that. I'm going to look through the properties here though. And, well, enable multiple selection. That's cool. We have an on select, show column headers. Oh, it's not a real Boolean. It's just a string that says yes. Ugh. Okay. Show footer. Yes. And I'm wondering how I'm going to be able to change what this thing looks like if I click on something. I guess it has its own styling there, perhaps. Now, if I go over to display, do I have a selected anything? Enable sorting, reflow behavior. Okay. And we're not going to allow multiple select because if you're selecting it, we're trying to edit, and a form only edits one record at a time. No data text is you better get busy and enter some data. Okay. And hey, let's look at the fields here. What do we got going on? I think that title would be just fine. I don't know that we need any of this other stuff. So anyhow, it is displaying it there. But I don't see like title up here or name. And list only, enable sorting. So we do have a little sort button there. Now, that little downward chevron. Oh, wow. I'm going to click on title. It's really what it should be sorted on. And I'd say most of the time that's what you want it sorted on. So what I'm going to do at the source of this, which is right down here, I'll sort it right here. We'll have a default sort. And you could sort it in the screen just however you want. But whatever we do, we need to give it a... I'm trying to get rid of this pop-up. There we go. Let's go with title. And it is the default, but I'm going to say sort order, showing you that you could say descending there if you want. And I just saw things move around, and it's sorted by their first name. So it used to be Eric, but now it's Dustin. Okay. What else can we do with a form on the screen? Because we're about to create a form for every single table. Wouldn't that be fun? All right. Well, let's see here. I think we're good. Now, I'm going to go... Let's see if I can find a tab menu that's going to work out well for us. because we could put the menu in here, but I don't know. I feel like we need this horizontal space. Okay, so within a screen like this, this is the whole screen container. This is the header, and this is the body. And then we got a sidebar container, so on and so forth. So what I'm going to do is I need another vertical container here. So I'm going to type in container, put a vertical one in there. Now it needs to be at the top, not the bottom. And not only that, but it needs to be in this container. Okay. And then I'm going to create let's do another container. So this is what you have to do when you do responsive. So there's a meme that says, "Yo dog, I heard you like containers." So we made it so that you could put containers on containers while you're working with containers. I find that funny. Okay, so I'm going to say at this point a horizontal container. Now that is where my tab menu is going to be at. And I'm going to move that to the top. Okay. Now we should have another container. And we'll make it go across. And I'm going to hit Control right and left square bracket. I think it's, nope, it is left square bracket. So I'm going to hold down Control and then the curly brace key. Okay, there we go. Now we're in the sidebar. I'm going to select these two new containers. And I'm going to go up to the body container and paste them there. Wow, I'm just having some fun here. Okay. We got the sidebar. We have a delete dialog, I guess. That's fine. But I'm going to take those three. I'm going to cut them. At least I thought I did. Right click. And they might just disappear here in a second because you never know. And I'm going to paste them right there. And that's not what I wanted. It's not what I was imagining. I was imagining a horizontal one. Now, that's not right either. Okay, so this is the menu. I'm going to make sure that's at the very top. And this body one, I need to change that to. I am so appreciative. I'm so grateful that Microsoft allows us to change from one direction to another. Now, I just wish they would do the same thing for a normal container and change it to one of the others. So now I don't even try to use the normal container anymore because I never know if I actually want to use, a responsive one. Okay, so this container here, I'm going to say CTR because I don't like that prefix CTR. Menu container. So we'll do that. Now this menu in here, I created this thing to be able to change. There we go. Now what I want to do at this parent container of that menu, I was hoping it would take up the full width. Okay. Now if I go here for this guy, if I say flexible width, it does take up the full width, which is nice. Okay. Now, the height of this I would say we should be looking at our own, this menu item size, really. So I don't care if it's expanded or not. The expanded width should always be the parent dot width. And what I was thinking about was the height. So there's height. Okay, so we can change, so the expanded width is there. The expanded height, because it's horizontal, I'm going to say self dot, what's menu item size? And that's going to hopefully look good. Okay, I'm going to grab the name of this menu. And for this container here, I'm going to change its height. I don't want flexible height. I want to specify the exact height to be the height of the menu bar inside. Okay. Now something else is not quite right here. So there is our menu. Now this is just some container. And I remember what I wanted to use that for. For now, I'm just going to put at the very bottom. And then we have all this. Actually, I'm going to delete it. And I'm going to change this to a vertical. Sidebar. I don't know where that shows up at. And this is the right container. So we do need a right-left horizontal type of setup. And this search bar is out of control. And we see that this text box, the search text box in there, okay, that's fine. Do we have at least the table in here? We do have the table down here. Okay, well, that's interesting. If I go to this guy, I'm going to make the search height. Let's go find the height, which is right there. Okay, that looks a lot better. Now that looks a little weird, if I may say so myself. This container here allows us to put in left and maybe put in a little bit more spacing there. I don't like that these two things are off. Yeah, that really bugs me. So over here in this tab, excuse me, the height should be the parent's, yeah, if it's menu item size. $40 by $40. And maybe, let's see how I'm going to adjust this so it's just right. The menu item size. And that's what it's going to be. So it's going to be 40. And then this thing ends up being right here beside it. And its height will be parent height minus self.y. I sort of like how we did the height on this. So now I'm going to click on the tab menu here, and I'm going to comment out. I'm not going to delete it because I might want to go back to it. You never know. So for vertical, I'm going to use this. Then if we're horizontal, I'm going to reference that ICO hamburger. And for its height, maybe that's perfect. Let me go check to see what it looks like. Hey, that looks good, I think. Now, I would probably go over here to this container and take out that padding. Maybe I'll make it 5. Okay. And then what I'm going to do here, yeah, keep in mind, guys, I wanted this to be ugly. And let's make this white. Okay, now it's really ugly. And I believe that what we should do is make this a little, like maybe we'll add 10 more to it. Let's see what that looks like. You guys like that? And then essentially what we could do for this container here, we can take out that left. And over here for this guy's X, we could put in like 10. I think what I'll do over here for this guy, for the X, maybe put a 10 there. And then this guy's X should move over. Yeah, it's relative. That's good. Now let's see what it looks like, because I'm about to do something that might make things look a little weird. And that would be to change the color here and go with that. Whoa, that's not good. Can I set the background color in here? And there we go. There's fill. Let's make that white. Now, I'm not quite done, but let's just say 4. You guys think that looks nice? I'm not so certain. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take it out and just make it the same height. So now we won't see that. Now for this, menu item size, there's the height. And if we're vertical, okay, so we are horizontal tabs. And the expanded stuff, I think, only makes sense if you're vertical anyway. But if we're expanded, we go with the menu plus horizontal padding. Now, what do we have for horizontal padding? We have, is that actually, it's an output property, and it's 10. Horizontal padding. For this guy, I'm going to make sure that does not have that blue background. And then I'll set this up to say over here, we'll take the height and then we'll add horizontal padding to it. Well, that's interesting. I'm going to change that to white. There we go. And I believe that that is still too much. So I'm going to divide that in half. No, we need more. So if I said 10%, 20%. I cut that out. I think I'm going to put it on for the top padding here. Okay. And the total height will be that as well. All right. All right. So there's that. I think that we should have a gap in here of at least 10, maybe 20. 10, I think, looks fine. Now, this particular container, it really should have a background of transparent. And then let's come up with a border radius that we like. Now, what is going on here? Flexible width is fine, but I don't want any type of flexible height for these guys. Gee whiz. And you see what it's doing here? Vertical alignment is set up there. Now this vertical alignment is there. And let's see. Because there's stuff down below. This is way too tall. And it says 60. What about maximum layout? Is there any type of maximum? I thought that I've seen that before. Of course, it might be with the M's. Let's see. Drop shadow, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let's go. The height is appropriate, but I'm going to turn on that flexible height. Gee whiz. And trying to think of the best way of doing this. Minimum height is 60. Now inside of this, We have these buttons. Okay, let's look at this. That should be in the middle for vertical alignment. And that's minimum height. There's height. There we go. So I'm going to say self dot minimum height. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. And I think this thing, nope. Okay, maybe this is it. There we go. And then for this guy, yeah, one on the left side. No, I do want it to take up the full. Okay. No gap. And I think it's based on, let's look at this guy. Let's turn off flexible height for him. And I'm going to turn off flexible height. There we go. Gee whiz. Now, if I turn on flexible height here, okay, it does work fine. Okay. Gee whiz, I'm going to save that. What else are we going to do here? I think we're probably done with this particular screen. And we are going to app users management. So let's go and let's go find our menu here, which is right here. What menu items are we using? Well, we're using static items, it looks like to me. So let's go change that up. And you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a setting here. FX ugly mode true. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to go down to my menu items. I want to change this up a little bit. I'm going to say if FX ugly mode, then we'll use a separate collection here. I don't want to mess with what we were doing in the workshop, so I might take that back. And now, down to the square bracket, I'm going to indent that over. Indent one more time. Oh, man. There we go. I still have an error. And I'm going to copy this, or at least have one row in there. All right, so if we're ugly, we'll do that. So this line that I'm putting my cursor on is the if ending parenthesis. And then we have an ending to. I don't think we need an ending to it like that. So Where did I go wrong here? Okay, yeah, the if ending will be there. So if you like seeing something there, I'll just put in like a parenthesis. That doesn't hurt anything. There we go. So now my life feels complete now that we did that. Okay. So what's the name of our screen? The name of our screen is this. Where is the name of our screen? And then I'm going to say that. Actually, I sort of like having the loading screen there. And I will copy this if I can. Maybe. All right, so instead of that screen, we'll have that screen. And the sort order, well, that will be 2. And the menu text, I don't want to have any type of screen in there. I'm going to just say app users. And let's see what else we have in here. Okay, I'm going to save that. App users management. I'm going to click on this and replace this with FX menu items. And hopefully we see what we think we're seeing. And yeah, here is the home screen. So what I'm going to do is when they click on this image here, I want to say index on the FX menu items. It'll be 2. It'll be 2 in either of those cases. Screen to go to, and we'll be fine. But we also should, yeah, there's app users there. Okay, I think we're doing good. So this, this is the loading screen. I could either click on app users. There we go. Now, where's our back button at? I rely on a back button a lot of times. And you know what we could do? We could add an item in here. Let's go to menu items and let's grab this. Go into the components. And for the items, whatever's in there, if I said distinct, I'm going to have an output property for the back. So let me set this up to be an output. And it's going to be of type record. So I'll say record there. And I'll say back menu item. Okay, I'm going to create that, and then I'm going to go in here and actually give it the record. There we go. So what is the screen that we're going to go to? I tell you what, the menu text should just be back. Of course, it needs to be in double quotes here. And for the sort order, I'm going to think of the biggest number I can think of. Now the menu icon, that will be back. And now we're not using any icons in this app, but we will say so the menu items, that will be the default. But over here, we'll say how can I add a record to a one table collection here? And nothing comes to mind. Maybe I knew how to do this and I forgot. Let's see. I'm going to go over to my buddy here and go look for this space that I have up. How do I add a record to a collection or table value? Okay. Okay. There we go. We'll figure this out. Because what I want to do is say something like this: comp tap menu dot back menu item. And interesting. There's some stuff over in GitHub it's referencing. And what I want to do is telling me just to use a collect. The question is, does the collect function? I don't want to create a collection, but yeah, I don't think that's going to work. The suggestion they're giving me. What I'm thinking is we'll do a for all, and we'll say sequence to, and then what we'll use as the first one if this record dot value equals 1, then we'll return all that. Otherwise, we will do this. But we are going to have to use distinct. I think it's complaining because that's a record and not a table. So what you do is you say last in, and it doesn't know that we pass it a 1. Gee whiz. Last in. See, last in does return a table or a collection, but this is not a table or collection. So what I could do, gee whiz, a for all here, sequence of 1 as sequence. So now we know we're only going to get 1, but it doesn't know it. And use a comma there. I think that will work. Well, that doesn't look good. Okay, so when we do the on select, menu items, where the menu text and it's looking at the items that we just created here. I did a distinct there, and we have for this output property this back menu item, and it has everything it's looking for. At least I think so. So let's go look at this error again. Menu text equals self-selected.value. And I think gee whiz. We need to add to it like we added to the tabs item. Because this started off as a really simple tab, but the modern tab does some really weird things, and I had to make it sort of complicated. Made in the back menu of the table in the code. What if you made the back menu item a table in the code? Because yeah, that would probably work. Yeah, that might work. And if I can't get this to work in the next 2 or 3 minutes, I'll probably do that. But I don't like a component to not have control. Like, what if over here in the application, we didn't add a back button there? And so it sort of violates some object-oriented programming. So I don't want to do that. And I can explain more, but let's see. Let's go over to items. Yeah, it violates loose coupling and the abstraction, and there's one other concept it violates. Essentially, when you create a component like this, it should be like a black box, and it should have a feature inside of it, not have to depend upon something external to include something that it should already know how to do in itself. I would admit that it'd be faster if I did that. All right, so here in items, we did this. And then on the on select, I know we could create an output property with all menu items. All menu items. And we'll make that an output property. And we will also, there'll be a table. And we'll do the create. Scroll down, there's all menu items. So this includes the menu items that the client application passed in, and that it includes this last guy, the back button. Okay, and probably to be nice to whatever developer's using this, is we'll say show back menu item, and we'll make that a Boolean so they can specify. Okay, and we'll set that up to default to be true. And here in these items here, that's not the items. The items are right here. Make this a lot easier by saying if show back menu item, then we will use this. Otherwise, we'll just use this guy. Okay. I'm going to put that in the all menu items. There we go. And now what we can do is for this guy, we should be able to say comp all menu items. Now realize we are using distinct. We still have an error on the on select. So what we need to change here, if auto collapse, okay, I just want to focus on this navigate. So we do a lookup on all menu items. sort of like all the I don't want to use distinct because I want all the columns available. So I'm going to take that out. Take out distinct there. Take out distinct there. There we go. And then, let's see here. We show the back item, that we do all this. Otherwise, we'll just give them this. Now, over here for the tab menu, it's items. We're relying on that, but it needs to have a distinct. If I remember right, menu text. All menu items. I need to click on the component, go to all menu items, and then okay, that all looks fine. I'm trying to remember how I did that distinct, because I sort of expanded it there, but I still need the distinct being used in a certain way. And what I'm going to do is go with this. Yeah, this light version here. All right. I didn't mean to spend too much time on the tab control, guys. Okay, so if I go over here to components and go look at the tab. Okay. Yeah, it is menu. It is menu text. So why is it giving me a problem here? For its items right there. Okay, so that tells me that last thing does not all menu items. This thing right here, the back menu item, does not have, it does have menu text though. And if I go over to menu items, this is what sort of should be there. And maybe the types are slightly different. Let's go check on that. Okay. See, okay. All right, very good. It's going to go to sort order menu text, parent screen name, menu image, menu icon, show for this role, visible, launch link. Yeah, it's the exact same type. So I think what I could do is back menu item. FX, nope, comp tab menu dot menu items. And I'll say if, I'll do a filter. Comp tab menu. Why isn't it giving me intelligence? Tab menu dot. Show back button. And we'll say the last of this. That's part of the problem is this property is a record, not a filter that. Oh, missing a comma. That a preceding comma will mess you up every time. Dot. I can't do that. Yeah, show back menu item. And then if it's false, it's not going to return anything. If it's true, we'll grab the last one. Easy enough, right? But how are we going to get the back item in there? We need when we go to all menu items, the back menu item here, we need to wait because we use this property to define the back menu item. And perhaps what we should be doing is for the menu items, what I'm going to do is take this and I'll say back menu item definition or record. And we'll make that a record. And that's going to be input. So this also makes sense because the application is the one that's passing in all the menu items. And we'll create a default letting them know what we're expecting, but they can completely overwrite this if they wanted to. So now when we say all menu items, we'll say back menu item back menu item and back menu item record. And one's an output. I want to change that to be definition. Yeah, something like that. And that should be, yeah. All right, we're not ready for the on select, but we need to make sure that the all menu items is set up properly. And we're going to go with that back menu item definition. There we go. Okay, now we're ready for the on select. I'm sorry this has been like a little detour, but this is really valuable to add this to the Jumpstart Kit Lite. So it's going to end up giving you guys more value in the end. And then the same control, we'll be sure to have that in the Jumpstart Kit itself. Okay, so here they've clicked on this and we need to go do our navigate. So we do have a navigate here. And self.selected.value. So we'll look those two things up. And if this thing, check this out, if comp tab menu dot the definition this is beautiful. If this is I should be able to say dot menu text. Now, if these two things are the same, so that should be just back. So we should probably check to see if like we're showing the back menu item. And for right now, I'm just going to comment this out for a moment so I don't have errors everywhere. So as long as we're showing the back menu item and the self equals that, then I'm going to say true, false. Let's see if it is okay with that for now. And it is. Great. So that will probably say back or something related to back. And if that the one that was clicked on was back and we show the back item, then what we need to do is go back. Otherwise, we need to navigate. So if they just clicked on a regular menu item, then we're going to navigate. We're going to do a lookup on all menu items. Yeah, all menu items. I'm going to hover over it. First argument navigate should be a controller screen. Yeah. And it's not recognized. Okay. Well, that is weird because if I go to all menu items, I wish I could define my own types. That'd be nice. And I think maybe it doesn't know that this is the same type as this. We have a back menu item definition, which is right there. Type of. Now I wonder if I said comp tab menu dot menu items and I said last, not that I want to leave it that way. So at least we'll know it's the same type. So I could rule that out. Distinct. Okay. Well, if I did a for this back menu item definition, I did the last. Okay. So what I'm going to do is if comp tab menu dot menu items, no, show back item, then we will I'm doing last there. I probably should keep that. I just don't know what I'm going to return if they have that off. So what I'm going to do, that's exactly what I want to do. All menu items doesn't have a menu text. So that doesn't work. all menu items. Okay, if I go back here, all menu items is defined here. And that definition I want to, I could make that the default for menu items. I could, because we have all the exact same stuff in here. There we go. And yeah, we need to have a square bracket in there. So I'll do that. And that says back. And it doesn't like it. Expected object null. Now it's fine. I took the comment out. Okay. Now we could at least have a default one sitting in here that's not back. And we could do so by saying something like this. Put a comment in there, and that should be the same type. And we have a back menu item definition. And the all menu items. Okay, where is my error now? It just can't deal with this. Gee whiz, what? So what I'm going to do for this items, yeah, it needs to be distinct. But it won't help me out, will it? Oh. Okay. What's the value? It doesn't like that. And it looks like maybe, yeah, we have self.selected.value. Well, okay. What's the first argument of navigate should be a controller screen. And it is. All menu items. Yeah, let's go to the menu items here. So app.ActiveScreen, app.ActiveScreen. We got back here. We've got I think what I'm going to do here is just make it really simple and say home, just in case that was what's messing it up. Because what is the active screen at this point, right? Okay, we do a lookup of all menu items. And we have the definition. And we do have a screen to go to. And over here, we have screen to go to in both places. It doesn't matter that they're the same. But when we click on it, it's not very happy. So if I select this, it's not going to give me the table value. Let's go look at what if I said this record dot value self dot selected dot value. All right, I'm gonna cut that for now, and we'll say app.ActiveScreen. So that should work. Now it's got a problem up here. If the selected dot value equals the menu text, so this is a table. That is not right. So if I go here, do a distinct on value, but all menu items yeah, I assumed that I could do this, do the for all. That's a record. But this is not a record. Okay, that's what the problem is. Gee whiz. Okay. We're going to go through all of these by doing sequence. And we'll do a count rows. And I'm going to do as my two items. Put that there. And then for this one, it will be as So now we can do that. I think that might solve the problem. Menu texts. Okay, so when we go to the items for this guy, we're looking at all menu items here. And I think this thing right here should be the same thing here. Now, is it still telling me table and text? How about if I say first of the selected items? Is that going to help me? I think I'm going to save this and let's move around the definition code to make it a table. Okay, so the definition, well, it should only be, if you're talking about this menu, it should be a record, but I mean, that'd be cool if it worked. Expected a record value. I could say first. Yeah, somewhere along the lines, this became a table. Self.selected. And if we go to the items, all items, this record, oh my goodness, what? Did that fix anything? All right, I'm going to save this, and you can't believe how many times just reloading the whole project fixes things. I'm not saying it's definitely going to do it, but but I appreciate you offering other perspectives and ideas, Dustin. Let's see. Okay. I am going to go to the home screen. And of course, this isn't working now. If I go over here, go to the tab menu, we've got all menu items. What is this thing in here for? Get rid of that. Maybe that's what's causing the problem. Not really, but. All right, so we have menu items. And that's looking just fine. Now the back menu item, it has to be a record. And you know what I will do? Just to see if it works, I'll take the last out of CLMP, boom, of the all menu items. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Because the back, I do the same thing. So we got that. Menu items. Okay, I should say menu items here. There we go. Self dot selected dot you know what I could do is I could say this back menu item should be okay, so we do a for all and we return, ooh, this is not right. Yeah, that returns a record. Yeah, it returns the record that we're in, which is menu items. So if we're showing it, should be value. And I could create a property selected menu text. and I make that an output property. Okay. Create that. And then we go reference tab menu dot selected dot. So I might even think about doing is going to the fields. Look at that. It's all messed up. Now it's not going to give me anything, really? Okay. Oh, I actually need... So apparently I can't do that. I can't do this. I can do this record, but there's nothing on it. All menu items. Okay. I think I'm going to have to figure this out, and maybe the next time we come together in either a workshop or whatever, I can reveal what I did to fix it. But I think this would be boring to watch. So I'm going to try to make this simple again. And I'm just going to use the menu items. We do have this. Okay. All menu. No, I'm just going to say menu items. There we go. And hopefully I get the menu text back. I do. Okay. Now, do we have any other errors? Select a menu text. Sure. Now we should see that. Okay. Shoo. Now, what's good about this, we need to make sure the on select is taken account for this. So if we're showing the back menu, and that equals the menu, do I have the menu item definition still set up? Yeah, I'm just going for the last one. And then that won't even be there if, yeah, I think we're good. Okay, that should work. So when I provide these menu items, I need this. Hold on a second. Theme, Power Apps theme. That's interesting. I didn't know. Yeah, we should be able to change it. Okay, I'm just used to changing it over here. But I'm going to go into App Formulas. And what we had here was ugly mode. So what I'll do is have that in there. And yeah, that's fine. I'll just do that. And we already have that there. And that should be, no, that's app users. So let's paste that in there. And the reason why I did this comment like this is that you'd always want at the end. So, and we got the sort order to indicate that. Okay. So now we need to say FX menu items. There we go. Oh my goodness. So it looks like we're on the back screen. Now if I hit start over, I click on this graphic here, we go to app users and we have home. And let's check out and see if this back button works. And it does. Ooh, that doesn't work. Okay. So this menu here is using that. And we have 3 items and screen to go to. But when I clicked on we have show big menu item, back menu item is the last of everything. Okay. But it's not actually executing the on select. It's like, yeah, that's a Boolean. Oh, look at this. I'm going with app.ActiveScreen. I changed that to get away from an error for a moment. So what we need here is I'm going to go look at my other one, what we had for the on. This is going to maybe be worth the trouble that we went through, hopefully. So yeah, what we need here is this. Now we don't need navigate twice. Oh, yeah, I don't need this. There we go. So now that should work. Start over. And this back is set up to be selected if it is the active screen. Now, so now I need to go into default selected items. And we'll do a lookup. Where the screen to go to equals active screen. And menu text. So we have to do something special here. So we will say comp tab menu yeah, show the back item. So that has to be in there. And then the menu text equals show the, but we don't want it to be selected if it is. The menu text, we need to go look at the last item out of comp tab menu dot menu items. Oh. Oh. Dot menu text. There we go. Phew. Because I never want the back menu item to be selected. Now, it looks like it is still. If I go to app users, what happens? Back is selected. Okay. So I'm not quite done with that. Default selected items is right here. And we do a lookup on the distinct. Oh, you know what? I need to say not. Maybe that's it. Yeah. That I don't want that to move, but back goes back there. Start over brings me to start over. This is the home screen. If I hit app users, we go there. And the only thing missing now, this is exciting, guys. This thing right here. So any new screen that we do, its menu needs to be set up with that. Okay, I've made so many improvements to this screen that Power Apps gave us by default. I don't want to go back to what they had. Okay, so now it's time to really make progress. And so we have app user. This guy down here. Okay, let's go create a customer. So I am gonna, well, first of all, we need to make sure this looks perfect. And, or exactly how you want it to look before we start making copies. And let's go make this transparent. Now, does that look better? I think that maybe we could do app.theme, theme.colors.light, as light as possible would be that. What do you guys think? Does that look okay? And this is looking a little too scrunched. Let's do one on the bottom. Does it have any impact? Nope, does not. But the height always could be adjusted here. I'm going to say 90%. Okay. And then for this guy, the font size is 16. Now if I said 0 there, is that too much? I think so. Remember, guy, we're trying to make this really ugly, and this is something that's driving me nuts because it actually is ugly. If you look at the badges on this thing, this is our table control. And if I open this up, oh my goodness gracious, why do we have all those fields in there? But font header, how can I control that badge and give it a different color? The color palette should be gotten from the app.theme primary. But I just don't want to duplicate the screen a dozen times and then have to go back around all of them again. Yeah, that didn't really change anything. Color palette, font color. No, that's not really all that great. Let's go with a darker 60. It's almost too dark. It looks like black. 40. 30. 20. Okay, that looks fine. So for font text, if you want to standardize on that, I would go in here. Font text equals that. I'd rather use something more descriptive than just 20. Okay. Reflow behavior, list only, grid only, list only, reflow. I haven't played around with this too much, but I know I do want to change those badge colors if it's possible. Base, I don't see badge. Maybe you can't. Show avatar. I don't think any of this other stuff should be in here. Oh, you know what? If I take out all these fields, will this form be able to edit it? But, yeah, it's fine. Title, username. I want to have their email, which is that item. And then, how does it wire everything up? How does it know what fields to use? Now, we might want to have their title in there. Okay. Manager email. I don't want the manager email in there. I want their normal email. Attachments, no. Now, where? Date only format. Date format. Enable multiple selection, no. Enable range selection. That's enabled. If I'm not going to use multiple selection, why would I? Okay, that just seems like a weird font color, all that type of stuff. Items. And I think this thing is going to work fine. I just want to show avatar, yes. Now, if I take that out, yeah, the badge goes away. That's interesting. Show column headers, yes. And yet I see no column headers. Okay. I think I'm done messing with that. I almost want to put a gallery in there, to be honest. So to do that, I'm going to duplicate this screen because the gallery gives you so much flexibility. I could do everything that can do and then anything else. So hopefully it allows me to do this. So my goal was to complete this application within 3 hours. So I got 20 minutes. And I got to get this thing going perfectly. Okay. So I'm going to rip that out. It's gone. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to my favorite GitHub repository. And it's called Power FX Snippets. And I'm going to go down and I'm going to go look for a gallery that I like. And I might go with a really, you know what? Let's get a gallery with headings in here. If I go in here, let's see what this looks like. Oh, that looks great. Love it. Now I'm going to take out that guy, and are we in a container? Excellent. Okay. And this needs to be a lot less wide, of course. Now, how is that going to handle that? Not very well. So for the width, oh, it's looking at this guy up here. So this guy's width should really be, of course it doesn't know what was beside it, but I'll say parent.width minus self.x. And then that'll be perfect. And then this thing could end up being a badge. So if I said fx app user, search app user, okay. I don't think I want anything in that label. And then I got this guy that has an error. And what I'm going to do is look at its title. Here we go. So this thing is going to be a lot less wide, like maybe 80. There we go. Now, the cool thing about this is we could add our badge and see what we can do here. And to make this look, I was going to say nice, but to make it look ugly here, I'm going to, I wonder if I have my center function, fx center. Okay, so I go back over to my favorite repository and I'll go look at constants. No, I wouldn't be there. I want to center. There we go. When I name things, I always ask myself, what would I be looking for? Oh, I love this thing. All right. Copy that. Check that out if you guys are interested. And I'm going to put this in the app formulas. So now we just copy and paste things. So for example, if we wanted to center on the height, we would put that right there. Now the parent height in this context isn't right. It should be template height. And then for the X, I don't want that centered, but I do want to tap into the fx constants dot controls margin. That's what I was looking for. Okay. Now, let's look at the content of this. This item dot first name. Oh, look at that. I'm thinking of all the different options that we have here, but left by 1. Now we could have done this, but I think this is probably the simplest way. And then we'll also say go get the first one off of the last name. Okay. If you like that. I'd sort of rather have their image, but I don't think we have images for anybody just yet. And for this guy, let's make him 40, 50. That's fine. App users. Now, what I should do is I should create a container that is responsive. Yeah, I want to cut this and put it in that container. And then this container, I'll set this up to have something like that. Okay. Now our little label got messed up. Why? See, it should be looking at the second guy. And that field 1 isn't doing anything. I'm going to delete that. And this X will be, for its X, we'll use that X. There we go. And now for the font, we had the FX, was it like FX font text? I should have at least put color in there or something. Okay, why is this badge all messed up? I think when I cut and paste, I get nervous when this should be FX constants dot controls dot margin. There we go. And why is everything all blurry? Okay. Now this shouldn't have any type of drop shadow. Now, if we ever change this guy, I'm going to try to use a semibold there. Okay. And just in case, if I size this down, is everything going to cooperate? It looks like it does. Okay, that's good. So now I'm going to size this up a little bit and get it ready to be transplanted. Let's try this. Oh, I hope it does. Where are our... Here we go. I'm going to click in there. And we have a search, and we have a new add new container, and then there's an add there to go look. What's the visible on that? The size. Okay. If the size is small, okay, that makes sense. All right. So I'm going to paste that guy in there. Now, does that look okay? Yeah, this is the sidebar container. That looks great. I just don't like the font size. Gee whiz. Just says 0. I mean, what about app.theme dot do we have a font dot size? Okay, what about fx constants dot control dot, it's like we need an input font. Now what do we use down here? Well, that is a classic label. So I can find that here. FX font text. But what about the size is here. Okay. So let's make that. And where is this getting its size at? Font size. Nowhere. Now what's sad about using a form is how am I going to change them all at once? I'm going to worry about that later. So this font size was what, 13? I'm going to go down fx constants and let's look at the date here. This is the 22nd, so we got a new version there. Screen colors. This should be really plural, which is going to cause a lot of things to break, but I'll just have to deal with it. Yeah, containers. Ooh, labels. Let's go up here to controls and say input font size. We'll make that 13, but we'll say label font size. We'll make that to be like, I don't know, 11. You guys think that's a good idea? Okay. Now I should be able, FX font size, for most things, I could say constants dot controls dot input font size with a semicolon. And let's go see how many errors we have now. So for this little search, the font size, now I can just say font size without a bunch of dots all over the place in the code there. Now says 13. Man, it's still really small. And I think that, okay, I'm going to do an experiment here. So this is a classic label with a 13 font size. If I put in a modern label and I make it vertical line like that, and then I go up here to font size, it's actually larger. Do you guys see that? But it's a 14 instead of a 13. So that's wild. I almost have to create different values for different types. So I feel like we're committed to the modern controls at this point. I'll only use the classic ones if it's absolutely needed. I think in my snippets I used the other one there. So I'm going to go into constants. I want to change this to like 18, 15. Now that looks better. Now I would have to say that I would want this padding left, fx constants dot controls margin padding left. Well, let's multiply that by 2 or 5 because a little search box like that I'm going to set this up with outline. Looks a little better. Now this is where I wish I had a regular container because I want something to appear on top of this, and to make it look as nice as what it does, it needs to be on top of it. All right. Now, if I had a normal container, which is like this guy right here, let's copy its YAML, and we'll just look at the beginning part of that. I don't think it, oh, there it is. Manual layout, auto, oh. Wow, they changed that up. Variant. Okay, so we want it to be manual. Guys, I think they changed that literally overnight. That is wild. Okay. Copy that. And it's up here. So if I right click on this and paste in my YAML, it doesn't like my YAML. Yeah, there is no layout direction for one. Layout direction. Did I? What? Oh, maybe I'm. Yeah, let's take that out. Gee whiz. Okay. Paste. YAML. Go. I'm going to move that to the top. And now I am going to remove this guy because everything's pointing at the old one. So I'll cut that, put it in there. And now it is a search container still, but I'm going to get rid of this guy. Now where is it at? Okay, its height is very messed up. Okay. So this thing should take up the whole width and height of its parent. So I'll say parent.width. And then over here, parent.height. No, that's a circular reference. So I'm going to say fx constants dot controls dot input height. Now what's going on over here? Okay, we're updating. Oh, what? Okay, that's weird. Let's take a look. And I bet you if we reloaded this, it wouldn't be having a problem at all. Update context. Oh, other places in my app. New mode, edit mode. Aha, look at that. We have this thing. We got a gallery instead of a table. And you know what I'd like to do? I would like to go into the on start of this screen, the on visible, I'm sorry. Let's do an update context here and initialize things they should be. And I'm going to say LOC data set or data source. And I'm also going to say LOC filter criteria. The data source will be FX. We called that app users, search app user. And we would pass in, let's say search term. And for this guy, we'll just reference this text box. Value. Okay. Let's use a width. So Dustin, let me know if you have any. I think you're the one that was asking about width a little bit. So if I can work that into this, let me know. I don't. It looked like your example was a little bit more involved than just a simple width. So I'm going to call this my search term. A stretch goal. I'm 2 minutes over. Yeah. Cut that. I mean, as soon as I can get one of these screens just right, I'd be we could just copy and paste and we'd all be good. Okay, so this is looking right on now. That's nice. But I guess what I'm going to do is for that modern label that's right there is I'm going to say font color and we'll say effects. Don't have like a dark or a font. Yeah, font text. I'm going to rename that though because that's just not right. Because it's not text. Color. That's what it should be. Here we go. Now I am going to delete that the classic one. Now I'm going to tie into this labels X. And then the width will be that label's width. There we go. All right. And this badge keeps on messing up on its X. It's getting annoying. Oh, constants dot controls dot margin. Now let's put a little bit of padding in here. What kind of padding does this thing have? We'll adapt it from its thing there. Okay. I think we're looking better now. We haven't finished off the search here. And it's just sitting there. Looking all pretty. We need I'm going to use a modern one. That's the problem with the modern icons. They're not interactive, which means they don't have a on select. I just want to like tell users this is a search type of deal. And I don't like that I think it should be a gray. Now, what do I have for this? I don't like that. Let's go with fx constants dot colors dot really light gray. Okay. I like that. I like how that looks. So for this little icon, can I specify the color? Maybe for that one, we'll just say light gray. Okay. But it's not. Okay, let me go. Does it need to be bigger at all? Let me eyeball it. Use the TLR method. I think that's going to be good. It just needs to be centered. So I'm going to go to its Y and say fx, get centered dimension, parent dot height, self dot height. We should be good there. there seems to be it's got this weird 5 thing. What's going on there? Its width takes up the parent width. That looks good. Doesn't that look better? Okay. Now, what I understand about modern app design is you don't want a lot of colors, which I think is weird in and of itself. But if we wanted to, we could say fx constant dot colors dot really light gray, or it would just be white. Yeah, I don't even think we would go with gray. We'd go with like a white. So let's go look at that. Yeah, I think that would be more of like a modern thing. I think we have Google to blame for that. Oh, for the trying to pass multiple items with the function. Sometimes you have to nest those widths. So something I'm going to do here is I'm going to go into constants, and I'm going to say, so we got screen stuff here. So the fill is actually set for white. If I had just been using the constants, yeah, that needs to be changed. Fx constants dot screen dot fill. Containers. So every time I see this, I need an S in there. And look, there's 139 of them. I'm going to do a manual save so we could always go back if we really mess things up here. Let's replace them all. Okay. Now here's the question. Should we get rid of, like if we're trying to make something look modern, this is a sidebar, and then there's the menu. And let me see if that has any type of, nope. Now what does that look like if, okay, that's white. Now if I said, I just want to see what it looks like, fx constants dot colors dot really light gray. Ooh, that's not really light. I mean, that is, I mean, let's go with 240. Oh no. 254. That's sort of nice and subtle. But at that point, I'd almost want this to have no shadow. Okay, now we're starting to look modern. And this thing is taking up way too much. We need to have something like fx constants dot. I'm going to put in here screen dot padding. And I think that's going to help us out. It's still too big. Okay. Now what I'm going to do for the others is I'm just going to reference that one so I don't have to change it in four places. Go. Nope, that's the one we don't want to change. Wait, padding top, padding left. There we go. And they're all 80 now. Okay, that's looking sort of modern, but it on the left side doesn't look good at all. And I'd probably go with 5. And I'd like to get some type of an animated one. That'd look cool. Now the question is on this guy right here. What about 250? No. 253. I want to be able to notice it, like if I'm really looking for it, but and I think we're close to getting there. 252. Why did it disappear on me? Wow, 139. Okay. Copy. Tab. Paste. Tab. Paste. I don't think it's dark enough. So the only thing left is the 251. Man, why does it do that? I hate when that happens. Paste. Okay. Now we're at the point where I can notice there's a menu there, but I still get the feeling of, there's plenty of space here. And we're not looking at the app users right now. I don't know why that one's selected, but start over. Let's go look at this because that's a weird name to have for that. I'm gonna go up here. Go look for FX menu items. And I had to start over going to the loading screen. And let's just make it say home. No. Screen. And the menu text will be and I should have some replace. Yeah, this type of stuff. I could probably turn that into a user-defined function and probably be a lot nicer. get menu item text or return text, and we're going to pass in. Can we have something with type screen? That'd be nice. See, there's no screen type, and there should be, but there's not. So we'll make that text, and then over here we'll say, what will we say? Go over one, and then we've got that. Now, this bugs me that I don't have an opening parenthesis there. Open, close, open, close, open, close. And this one needs to be indented. Okay, so we take that screen name that comes in. We take out the word screen. But you notice we turn it to all uppercase, so the casing doesn't elude us. And then we use the proper casing on it. Just improved this, the constructing of the menu, by quite a bit, if you ask me. Menu text is app users. Okay. And I feel like if we go over, Decipher says, hi Darren, do you suggest keep auto save enabled or disable? Oh my goodness. Yes. I get really upset if I go in here and I see that it's not on there. Absolutely. But what I do recommend is you don't rely on that. So whenever you run your program, hit the save button before you do. I'm just in the habit of doing that. So if you do a manual save, you have a restore point you can go back to. And I'm going to rename this guy. Just be app users. So now, oh no. Oh no. Did it mess up my app form? So there's a bug in Power Apps where it will really mess up your stuff. You see this? And I don't think undo, but you know what? I just did a a manual save, so I could go back if I need to. And I think I will. It messes up so bad. I usually try to go in and do a copy, like do a little backup. Come on, let's go. There we go. We'll go in here for apps, and this is our guide. Now we need to go into details to do a restore. And you have to be out of the program to do this. So there's a 255 and there's a 254, 249. I'm going to try this one out, and if that doesn't work, I'm going to have to go back to this one. So I'm going to restore that guy. Okay, there we go. So now, go in on this one. and see if it works here. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to override that because it thinks I was still in it. And does my app formulas look okay? Yeah. And you notice I don't see any red squares on my scroll bar there? Well, that's a good thing. Now, what you'll notice is this went back to the old name, and that's what essentially messed it up. So what I'm going to do, this is how you should rename your screens. You go in app formulas first. You do a Control A, Control C, and I'm going to go over here. Paste it right there. And what I like to do is, if I'm going to rename it, I'll duplicate it. And hopefully it duplicates it okay. Sometimes a duplicate of a screen gets really messed up. I'd be in trouble with my wife if I go much longer. But okay, I'm gonna go to this duplicate here. Hopefully, no, it messed up my labels. So almost don't want to do that. I do have a backup of my code though, so I'll go in here, remove that. I'm gonna go over to my backup of my code. And I don't need all this YAML stuff here that I was playing around with. And there we go. Cut that, or at least copy it. I can leave it in there for now. So there will be a small error saying it doesn't know what this is, but it does now. And I want this to be dynamic so that, there we go. Get menu item. So what does this guy do on the menu text? It just has back, which is that's what it should be. Okay. We got a loading screen. And I think I'm going to make that home screen. And then over here, instead of doing all this stuff, if you guys want to see what we're doing in the workshop, I could show you this. So I need that to be in there. Name. There we go. Questionnaire screen. The rest of this is commented out. And here's the back. Okay. I think we're doing well. App user screen. Okay. I'm going to go home. And I'm going to get out of this weird dimension. Okay. App users. And now it's time to fix this stuff up. And this background color really should be now, did I set that up on, okay, when I was on the home screen, I made the background color of this a really light gray. Now I'm going to go save that. And we'll say that FX constants. And for those colors, the gray, the really light gray, I'm going to say about as light as you get. How about that? See, in this case, I'll say FX menu fill colors. Okay, so now I can go over to any screen and give it that. Go to app users. Set this thing up for its fill. There we go. Now we need to make sure that the menu is transparent, or just use the same thing at, yeah. Okay. Now that also means that we might want to take out all of the drop shadows. Okay, now that makes me sort of want to fill lighter. Oh yeah, that's so modern. Just everything being white. Of course, we need a dark mode. Okay, so on select of what? This is a confirm delete button. Remove table. Well, you know what? We have a local variable called data source. And this selected record is an awful name for a local variable because I bet we had that set up in like when we had the table in there. Let's go look at the on select here. You see this? I'm going to copy this. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now the fill of this screen, yeah, that'll be white, but didn't we create a fx constants dot screen dot fill? That's white. Yeah, very good. And now for this, sort of want this to be a little more. Ooh, something doesn't look right. It's just so light. It just looks weird. Okay. And if we get rid of all the drop shadows everywhere else, then we should be looking really good. Let's take that out. Drop shadows just aren't modern, guys. I bet you if I showed this to my wife, she goes, now you understand what a modern design. She doesn't like any of my designs. Now I copied something on the clipboard and I need to put it here. And there we go. But we need to name these variables properly. Is item selected? Well, we need LOC in front of everything. That's really what the problem is. I'm pretty sure that's still what the recommended best practice is, but Okay. And we don't want table there. We want self. Is that possible? Self? On the on click, this should be this item. And that should work just fine. Current item. Current item. See, normally I would actually call it LOC record. New mode, I would say new record. Okay, I think I'm going to go with this, and I'm going to try this out and see how I like these. Okay, let's go back to the screen. On visible, and we'll add those in here. So we now have a data source. We have a search term. We have a filter criteria that I'm not sure what I'm going to have in there. I think I might use that. So I'm going to keep it in to remind me to use it because I think something nice will come out of it. Now this item, the current item, what we could do is say first of the LOC data source. We could do that, right? I learned this in COBOL class. Don't everybody say yuck at first or all at once. Okay, so we got that going on. So that code will execute if we click on a different screen and then come back. Okay. Now I do like the shadow. Shadows are pretty cool. So we got that. And I think that we could get away with not having any padding there. Let's put, that's down there. Okay. I wonder if I could copy that and then paste it here. Okay. Oh, that label doesn't like to duplicate itself very much. Now, do I like what just happened there? This guy. Let's move him up one. And then on this thing, let's put some padding in here. Okay. I need to click on this heading. Set this X. Boom. All right. And yeah, we need that margin in there for this thing. Now, if I'm going to be really modern here, what I should do is say FX really white. What do I call that? What's right here? The menu fill formulas. Yeah. And we could, you know what we could do is a heading bar fill, and it could end up being the same thing. So what we have here is a heading bar. Okay. That guy, I don't want to even see him. And then for this guy, let's use, where is that? It's, why am I using a classic label? Okay, what I'm going to do is I want to add a modern label. And in here, I will say, for the font color, FX font text color. There we go. And it needs to do this. And then the font size needs to be much bigger. Okay. I wanted to change the Y. That dot X width. And then for the height, it should be parent dot height. And its Y should always be 0. And over here we had $10. Okay. Go look at our constants here. And let's go look for something that, see this controls margin. Just in case we ever want to make those two different. So, padding. And I am going to see if I can get rid of, oh, I can't find that. All right, anyway. So this little label here needs to have a left padding, fx constants dot controls dot padding. There we go. Now, what did we have? Yeah, we had app users. You know what we should do is on a screen when we come into it, we have a data source, right? But what if we say data source name and that would be, did I just mess that up? No, it didn't. Data source name is actually like app user. But yeah, I'll make that a string. But later on, I'll make it dynamic. All right, so we got app user. And then here, go to that modern one. Go to this guy. And we need to say upper. Because all headers have to be uppercase, right? Data source name. Okay, now I don't see much going on there. But I do know that the width needs to be that. There we go. I need to go to a different screen and activate that local variable, and then it should show up, but it's not for some reason. Oh, it magically appeared once I clicked on it. That's so weird. Okay. I think I'm going to get rid of this classic one. And how I'm going to do this is I'm going to copy the name. Then I'm going to delete it. And there's going to be more errors. But then I'm going to name this guy. I need to do a manual save though first. Before I mess it up. Come on. There we go. Oh, a modern label doesn't have a padding left. No worries. We got this guy. Of course, this needs to be bold. Okay. Now, we'll go here and we'll remove all borders for everything. That's the modern way. This is the way. Take out that. Okay, I like it. Picasso. But I also like that one. I'm going to cut it and put it somewhere safe, close to my heart. Look, I already have it here, but and that label always messes up. It's so funny. And Dustin, you're in my app if you're still here. Okay, for the color, effects, font, there we go. And then this thing, gee whiz. Control. It should have caught that one when I did the global search and replace. Okay. I don't know why I'm doing two of them. Because I don't need two of them. Okay. Okay, I'm going to the chat, make sure that I'm staying up to date here. Decipher says, so every time you need to rename a screen, you have to edit in YAML first. Seems like an easy way to break an app. Yeah, there's a bug. Like if you got your menu code, if like any screens are referenced in your app formulas, and you rename the screen, it's like it can't handle it. It tries to update app formulas, and I wish it would just leave it alone. And the next thing, Decipher says, I guess I don't understand your thought process there. Maybe I'm not seeing the whole picture. Yeah, so essentially, as the bug goes, and I've had a few students that were quite angry, or, they were venting. One of our insider group members, and see here, we're referencing a screen, and how a declarative platform like this works. If I go off and rename a screen, all the code that references it should update. And it used to be able to do it, and now it can't do that anymore. I don't know why. And in some cases, it will just apparently just completely wipe out your out formulas. Now, I haven't had that happen to me. I've heard it happening for others, but it can sometimes I'll see it try to rename a screen here, but it will mess up like a good 8 lines for some reason. So something quite isn't right there. Okay, I'm going to go to our app users. And let's go full screen. Guys, this is starting to look nice. I guess I didn't make my promise to actually make. I was actually serious. I was, gee whiz. Okay, so do we have an LOC selected? Yeah, selected record. Do we have a selected record? Thought we did. So we're not on the home screen. We're down here. And when somebody clicks, so we do have this. Dustin says, you just can't handle making ugly apps. Glad I don't have that problem. Yeah. Well, you know what? I had somebody on Fiverr that wanted help, and then they looked at my portfolio and like, man, you should really look into modern design. They weren't talking about responsive design. They were just talking about that. And I would say, yeah, I started programming back in the 1998 or something. And in the 90s, you always had borders around everything. But anyhow, so what are all the local variables that are supposed to be there in a screen that works? Let me see if I can find one. Okay, well, besides this little error here, FX fonts, there we go. Okay, I'm glad we went with oh my goodness. Now it's showing other columns. You know what I don't like about this table? Look at that. Look how much padding is there. That's a lot. And I don't think you've got any control over that. I mean, I want to digress here. I don't want to do that. So, but this thing does have all of what are all the locals? Okay, let's do an update context. And we're saying LOC. It's not going to help me out at all. Why? I guess I'll cut that. And in this select, LOC. Oh, it doesn't use LOCs. See, that's the thing about not having a naming paradigm for your locals. If you want to get at all your locals, I don't know. Good luck. I mean, you could go over here and look at context variables. Then you got to go find the screen. It should already know what screen I'm on. Okay, what screen am I on? You see all this? See where I can't even find out what screen I'm on. So I'm on this one. Now, can I rename this to be pristine? There we go. So it's going to be really easy to find. Okay, these are all the local variables that they set up, and I'm going to implement all of them. I'll get that. Decipher says, oh, makes perfect sense now. Thanks for explaining. It kind of makes me want to avoid using screen name references. Yeah, what you could do, I'm trying to think of, I can find workarounds for almost everything. Almost, not everything. Uh, yeah, if you can, don't even, yeah, that's the solution. Don't even reference any screen names in your app formulas. You could, you know what I think is a great idea is in the app on start, which, well, put it in the loading screens on visible, and you create a collection with all of the screens in there, and then you'll never have to mess with that again until that bug gets fixed. Yeah. Okay, it would probably explain what happened the other day. Yeah. I think everybody's experiencing that, and I hope that they know about it. But okay, so I did a screenshot. Okay, I've done that. I'm going to go back over to my really good table called user screen. Okay. And yeah, I want to touch every local variable and have them all in one place so I know what's there and what's not. Okay. So we have current item, which is right there. We have delete mode. Delete mode? Really? Okay. Maybe that's for like a pop-up to say, oh, you want to delete this. Are you sure? All right, I'll go with it. LOC delete mode. Of course, it's going to be false at the beginning. I mean, I don't like the floating column here to be too far out there. All right, I'll save that. All right, so we have a delete mode. Now we need an edit mode. Well, why don't we just have one variable called mode? You know, that would be what makes sense. Like call it form mode, maybe. Is an item selected? Okay, item mode is item selected. I have that. New mode, yes, and selected record. Why would we have a current item and a selected record? That doesn't make any sense to me. But I'm going to put it in. Selected record. Okay, so the selected record, whenever we click here, you see that selected, yeah, selected record is this item. This item. Now, what's the problem? Okay, well, I'm going to go research that. I'm going to go find out what's going on here on, oh, I thought I was going to. Yeah, it's this screen. And we set it up. Oh, I don't have anything in there. Gee whiz. So, now we could say, if nothing's been selected, maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to say, look up on local data source with a false. And that's not going to give us anything, but it's going to give us the schema information. The types won't be messed up. So now when they click on something, okay. Now the background color of this guy should be FX. I remember I created a ridiculous name for it. About as light as you get. Oh, guys, I am so modern now. All we need to do is have some more padding. Yeah. And I'm going to try to go with FX constants, and we'll say container margin, which is 20. Yeah. That seems great. And then for this, it will be self dot padding top. So I want to, yeah, oh, my mouse is, come on, get away. See, now I got a F11. Now, where was I? We got this guy. Yeah, padding top. There we go. Now what's up with this? We have a remove. LOC selected record. There we go. LOC data source. What? The first argument should be a collection. Well, sort of is. But I guess you can't store collections in local variables. Okay. So what I can do is say fx data sources. And I need I think it's an equal sign. Yeah. So Dustin says, I have stored collections in locals. Not sure why that is not working. Well, you know what? At the very bottom is where I created this. And I made it a user-defined function. So what I can do is I could do this right here, which is app user. App user. Now I'm surprised it allowed me to do that given the fact that this is a table name, but very good. And do I have the schema information? That would be great to have. I thought I had it in here. But if we go here, I'd want this to be in alphabetical order. AN answer equals answer. And then application is that. So I'd want to do that for all of them. And then what I would do is when I get to a table, when I get to a screen like this, when I'm setting things up for the data source, I'm not going to apply a search term. I'm just going to say that. And now the rest of the stuff is all messed up. So I'll click on a different screen and I'll come back. Okay. Oh, you know what I needed to do? Just say app user. There we go. Now it's going to work. And that drop shadow is a little bit much. It's a little bit extra. Is it that right there? Yeah, let's go with like regular. And then for this guy, we really don't need that much. I think we should have a 0 there, actually. What's the problem now? There's the data source. It doesn't like that. So, man, I wanted to make a screen that could work with any data source. And I mean, your form's going to be messed up, but that's just how it is with forms. That makes me want to get away from forms again. So we have my search term. Oh, that's right there. Okay. Now, you know what we could do? I could have something out here called delete record. And I take in the record that I want to delete. And delete app user and just pass in the ID. So ID, that'd be a number. And then what I could do is I could return, I don't need to return anything, so that'd be void equals remove Okay, let's see if this works here. And then the ID, we'd have to go do a lookup of FX data sources. And set this up so, yeah, the ID. Now we need a full reference to the record. There we go. And this might work, guys. Now, why did it indent that over? Okay. Remove that. We'll put that there. Now, I just don't like to... Ew. I'll say ID to delete. How about that? So I'm not calling it the same thing there. Okay. What is the issue now? Behavior function and non-behavior user-defined function. Please wrap the user-defined function body with curly braces. Okay. Let's see here. Do that. And we'll do that. Now what does that have a problem with? Okay, I'm gonna just do this for now and see if it works. Okay, we have a remove. Let's put this there. Let's put this here. Let's indent this over. Maybe I can't have parentheses there. That's it. Wow. Okay. So weird. Okay, now I'm going to try to do my FX data sources dot app user. I think it's going to work. Now, it would be nice if I could pass in the data source. You know what? Data source. If you don't try, you'll never know, right? App user. So now I'm gonna call this delete record. Oh, guys, this is cool. Now, I hope that this works over here. Okay. So if I say LOC data source and I pass in selected record .id. Wow. I love it. Update record, current first table. Ew. See, this is a problem with locals. If you got some bogus names, if you have some code in here, it's always going to create them. Okay. Now, where did it go? So I got to go here, and we'll go to app user screen, and we'll look for any weird. Oh, really? Yeah, this is okay. Current item will be LOC current item. Is selected will be LOC is selected. New mode, LOC new mode. Okay. Got that. We should be good there. Let's go find any other errors. What error is it trying to? Incompatible types. So if I go here, it finally brings up the problem. Okay. So now I know what to do. LOC is, hold on a second, new mode, LOC new mode, LOC edit mode. So I still think that's really weird that they should just have one variable that says mode. Yeah, I just saw an edit mode. That's what it said, right? Okay. So here, see all these modes? I'll do a search for mode. So all three of these could be replaced. And here's the thing, if they're all false, then what mode are they in? When you guys go to a screen, do you want to automatically be editing something or adding a new one? I don't think that's good. Let's put that back. And you know, if we're going to make this modern, maybe we take out any. There you go. And I'm not convinced that we should have, I think that heading, you know, maybe it should be white. Okay, that's white, or sort of white. And I'm going to go with fx, constants dot screen dot fill. There we go. Same thing for this. Yeah. I thought we did have a drop shadow that looked, maybe the drop shadow, we don't want a drop shadow, do we? It'd be nice to have that as an option if we wanted it. The width of this, like if we were using a phone, see, now we see that new thing. Oh, this is looking cool, guys. I like this. All right. This text box, if I said fill darker, do we like that? I would say no. I want everything to be white. Okay. And even that search, the placeholder text, I feel like that should be a little lighter too, but yeah, we're modern here, guys. Yeah, this width is, it seems like a bit much to me when we have this much space. Let's say width, oh, it's just 500. I mean, let's set up something here. FX constants. So for the screen, let's set up a left panel. Is that how you spell panel? Is it that? Panel left width. And let's make that like 300. So here, fx constants dot screen dot panel left width. So that's 300. And I think what I'd like to do is cut that and maybe set it up like the minimum width. How does that look? Well, when we go mobile, this actually tells us, see this 375? Let's make it 375. I think that might be good. Yeah. Oh, come on. There we go. What did I say? 375. I want left minimum width. And then I also want one for the actual width, not the minimum. Okay. So 375, I think is what I saw. Yeah, 375. Okay, this is the minimum. So, min, boom. And then we'll go over to the width and set that up to be that. Which, I mean, let's go to this. What is that line there? I think it's none. None. Here we go. Guys, we are super modern now. Now, this is funny. When I click here, I'm going to have to change that yellow because that's not modern. Who's tired of me saying modern? I know I am. So if I said app.theme.colors.lighter 80, that's as light as you can go with the theme. I almost would want that to be plural. Abusers. And I think that I wouldn't want there to be really any of this. Let's go with 0. And we do have a little bit of padding on the left. Oh my goodness. This label. I'm going to reference that badge. I think I'm going to say parent.template height should work really well there. And then the width, we need to say self.x. Okay. Come on. Save. Do we have any code in here? We should. Selected record and current item. I don't know why we've got two of those. New mode is false. Is item selected? True. It just seems like way too many variables. There's a rule with variables. You don't use the same variable for two different purposes. But guys, there's another rule, which is you don't create multiple variables for one purpose. Anyhow, so the selected, I'm going to figure this out. Oh, this is all messed up. Okay, so new mode. Oh, let's see. New mode. Let's see. Edit mode. LOC current item. LOC. I forgot what it was. Item selected. LOC item. Is item selected? Gee whiz. Can't evaluate from it because the context variable types are incompatible in other places in your app. Really? So what did we do here? What is, this is a back icon. What? So we're trying to get out of this? Back icon. So if I hit new, okay. Let's see if I can fix these. Table. No, that's a gallery. Okay. So everywhere we see that, we should say gal general data source. So copy that. We'll go here. We'll go look for that. I'll replace it with that. Okay, I'm going to save before I do that. And I'm going to replace it in 14 places. There we go. Ooh, okay, well, it looks better, I think. Okay, now what are we seeing here? All right, so there's a way to solve this. New var. True. And I did that so that I can start commenting out these one by one and seeing which one is causing the problem. Okay. Yeah, that's the one that's causing the problem. So the current item, what button am I on? The back icon. I just don't understand what this thing is supposed to be doing. It's a back. So maybe we're editing a record and it's like, okay, I want to get out of editing it. Current item. So really what should be going on there is I'm going to filter LOC data source with false. That should give us nothing, but it should still have the schema. Let me try this. fx data sources dot app user. Is it going to take that? No. Current item. Let's go over to one of our other. Wow, guys, I'm almost at 5 hours. Well, shows I can't do short videos live or something. I don't know. This guy right here. We have a button. Yeah, it's this. Okay. What did we have here before? Oh, I'd already messed that up. Pristine. We have one over here called Pristine. And it is pristine. Okay. I'm going to run this. I'm going to click on this record. Oh, I have to click on edit? Is that what's going on? How should have this worked? Edit mode. Gallery selected. Well, I could do that. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Oh my, that looks ugly. What is this? If is blank on the current item. Am I on the right screen? I am. So every place there is a current item, I want that to be LOC current item. Okay. Wait a second. It says replace all 27. And I thought I did that. And it says it was replaced. Okay, so I have to hit refresh. That's what I forget. Okay. Maybe. That word is inside that word. Okay, that makes sense. This is what happens when you do that. Oh my goodness gracious. That is funny. Gee whiz. Stop. Go back to full screen. Refresh. We still have them. 8 of them. Look at that. LOC is save. I got more stuff messed up. Oh boy. That was the problem. Wow. Okay. You know what? I like what I did here, and I think that is probably a better way of doing that. Okay. it's just going to be a problem, isn't it? Huh. Okay, so current item. Oh my goodness, wow. All right, guys, I'm going to work on this and get one screen that is bulletproof and it's not going to have duplicate variables and everything. I won't bore you with that, but I'll give you a status update on that. And maybe next time around, we could create all these screens and maybe even get away from a form. I don't know. So, guys, check out the playlist for this. There's a whole playlist. So if you're on my channel, go to playlists and go find the one for the checklist inspection app.